Will the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee meeting of March 17, 2026 come to order? It is 1:34 p.m. I am your chair, Kawana Batungan. Members, in accordance with the Sunshine Law, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in the room, vehicle, or workspace with you today. Minors do not need to be identified. Committee Vice Chair, Nohelani U'uhajins.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, everyone.
Councilmember Tom Cook is going to be joining us in a little bit, so we'll say he's excused for now. Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Aloha, Chair, council members, community members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office, and I am home in my workspace and ready to work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Council Chair Alice Lee.
Good afternoon, Chair, and Anzo from New Mexico and the Apache Indian Nation.
Thank you. Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Aloha, Awina La and the Anzo Kako, streaming live and direct from the Pili. I have one adult male, George Vieira, here with me in the house, and 3 minors who shall remain unnamed, 2 of the human variety and 1 of the canine variety.
Thank you. I see member Rollins Fernandez just logged in, so we'll give her a minute. Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha Winala Chair and the ANSO. Here at my home private residence. I'm here by myself, and there's no testifiers in Hana, Chair.
Thank you, Member Sinensi. Councilmember Yuki Lei Sugimura.
Good afternoon, and is it the Lanzo?
The Anzo.
The Anzo, and looking forward to a productive meeting.
Thank you. From Corporation Counsel, we have with us Deputy Corporation Counsel Colby, Deputy Corporation Counsel Gores, and Deputy Corporation Counsel Tarnstrom. We also have with us representatives from the Board of Ethics, ESNA Inc., a law corporation, and Mokoriston, Miller, Mukai, McKinnon, LLP. We also have with us our great committee staff, and I now see Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Awina La Kako. I call my for my tardiness. I am alone in my vehicle. There are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office. And Chair, I'm going to have to step out for a little bit for a meeting that I could only schedule during this time, so my apologies. It looks like you have quorum though, so you should be okay.
Yes, thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Appreciate the heads up.
I'll be right back. Okay.
Yep.
Mahalo, Chair.
All right, everybody, good afternoon. And please see the last page of the agenda for information regarding connectivity. Now, before we begin our formal agenda today, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredibly difficult weekend our community has just endured. Over the past several days, we watched heavy rains cause severe flooding and inundation across our islands. We've seen homes destroyed, roads washed out, and families taking on the mental burden of wondering if they would lose everything to the elements. For many in our community, this weekend wasn't just about the rain. It was about the sound of sirens and the sight of rising water, triggering the deep-seated trauma of past natural disasters, especially previous floods and the wildfires of 2023. We know that our residents, especially those still displaced or rebuilding from the wildfires, every emergency alert carries the weight that is hard to describe. Whether it is fire or water, the anxiety of losing everything is a burden our people carry daily. In the face of these challenges, we saw the best of Maui County once again, and I want to extend a profound mahalo to our first responders, especially the crews from fire and police departments, public works, and others who worked through the night in dangerous conditions to keep us safe. To emergency management for their tireless coordination and communication, and to the community, the nonprofit organizations and neighbors who checked on our family and friends and who moved quickly to mitigate damage. We are resilient people, but resilience does not mean we don't feel the pain. As we move through today's business, especially on the item related to Trey Evans Dumoran, let us keep those affected by this weekend's flooding in our thoughts and remain committed to building a safer, more prepared Maui Nui for everyone. Thank you.
Nicely said.
Okay, members, first up today we have representatives from the Board of Ethics with us to share the Board of Ethics vision, priorities, and opportunities for council collaboration. Director, may I please ask that you introduce yourself and your team?
All right. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I am Lauren Akitake. I am the Executive Director and Legal Counsel to the Maui County Board of Ethics. I do have my team here with me. I have our new attorney, Christine Tsukiyama. She started yesterday. I have our investigator here, Gail Rakes, and our assistant, Rissa Tamho. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share where the board stands today, our vision for ethical governance, and our priorities for 2026, and opportunities to collaborate with the council in strengthening transparency, fairness, and public trust. I also want to thank Chair Batangan, the Great Committee, and the Office of Council Services for your proactive engagement with our office to strengthen the county's ethics framework. Let's see our slides up.
While they get settled, members, if there are no objections, I will be designating these individuals as resource persons under Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council due to their expertise on the matter.
No objections.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The Maui County Board of Ethics has served the county for more than 40 years. It's an all-volunteer board tasked with adjudicating complaints against county employees or board and commissions members, reviewing financial disclosure statements, and issuing advisory opinions. In 2024, the public approved a board-initiated charter amendment establishing full-time staff, significantly expanding the board's ability to carry out its mission. Our office officially launched in August of 2025. In the first 100 days, we built the office from the ground up, hiring staff, establishing systems, and revising 44 administrative rules to make the office operational. I met with each council member, the mayor, and several department directors, deputies, and key staff. And I shadowed the State Ethics Commission and met with the Honolulu Ethics Commission, drawing on their more than 50 years of experience. With your support, we quickly staffed our office with 3 employees, but soon it became clear the workload required additional capacity. And again, with your support, we now have 4 staff and we're looking to hire a paralegal. We also implemented an attorney of the day system, which I handled daily for 7 months. But as I mentioned, as of yesterday, I'm very pleased that our second attorney, Christine Tsukiyama, is now with our office. She's a Maui girl, a Baldwin High School valedictorian. She's also a UH Regent Scholar, and she has extensive civil litigation experience on both Maui and Oahu. Looking ahead, the board has identified several priorities where our ethics framework can be strengthened and where we are anticipating working closely with the council. These priorities include adopting a county-wide nepotism policy, modernizing our lobbyist rules, updating our gift rules, extending board jurisdiction over former employees and board and commissions members to 6 years, which would be consistent with the state. Several of these initiatives will require council partnership through an ordinance amendment, charter amendment, or policy support. I'll briefly walk through each of these priorities. The purpose of a nepotism law is to ensure that hiring, supervising, and employment decisions are based on merit, qualifications, ability, and equal opportunity, not on favoritism or family relationships. This promotes fairness, transparency, and public confidence in government. Currently, Maui County does not have an anti-nepotism county-wide rule. Since the council last considered this issue in 2013 and 2014, several developments have occurred. The state enacted a nepotism law in 2023. Hawaii County adopted one in 2025. and the Maui County Fire Department issued an internal nepotism guidance in 2025. These recent examples suggest implementation is feasible. During our February board meeting, we spoke with Key Campbell, Enforcement Director of the State Ethics Commission, who researched and drafted the state's law. It was discussed that anti-nepotism policies are widely considered best practice across public, private, and nonprofit sectors, and roughly half of U.S. states have such laws. Mr. Campbell explained that the state rolled out their law covering roughly 95% of state employees, about 55 to 60,000 people, with a 6-month transition for good cause exemption requests, which were decided publicly by the Ethics Commission. They received approximately 15 such requests, 15. He also noted that in the majority of cases, hiring or supervision structures can be adjusted to comply with the rule. Our board has asked me to present a draft rule modeled on the state's law at our April meeting, after which it would be transmitted to the council for discussion and potential adoption following budget season. Our current lobbyist rules are very limited. While we define lobbyists and require registration, that's about it. We lack clear standards such as when registration is required, reporting of lobbying expenditures, and restrictions on gifts from lobbyists. Currently, Maui County is the only county in Hawaii without comprehensive lobbyist rules. Comprehensive rules would allow the public to see who is lobbying county government and how much is being spent on which initiative. The state also requires lobbyists to complete ethics training before registering and to repeat that training every 2 years. I want to thank Chair Batangan and Peter Hanano for their support in developing draft rules modeled after the state and Hawaii County frameworks. In April, a State Ethics Commission attorney will join our board meeting for discussion, and in May, the board plans to review draft rules before transmitting them to council for consideration and feedback. Next, we have gifts. Our current gift rules are also minimal. Charter Section 10-4 prohibits gifts that are solicited, accepted, or received under circumstances in which it can be reasonably inferred that the gift is intended to influence official duties or to reward for official actions. Those who are required to file financial disclosures must report gifts of $50 or more from a single source. Previously, a quick guide to gifts was on our website and referenced a $25 gifts of aloha. But that language is not part of our rules and has since been removed from our website. Our board formed a permitted interaction group, which is considering new rules based on the state's 3-part test. First, who is the gift from? What is the value of the gift? What is the county purpose of the gift? We plan to update our gift rules through our board administrative rules, accompanied by training during implementation, and we will continue consulting with the council as these updates are developed. As I've heard at the state level regarding this framework, you don't have to bring me mana poa to meet with me. Our goal is to ensure that county decisions are guided by ethics and fairness, and to avoid influence and the appearance of influence, which erodes public trust. Our additional priorities include a charter amendment allowing 2 consecutive terms for board members, extending jurisdiction to 6 years. Right now, if a respondent resigns today, the board immediately loses jurisdiction, even when probable cause of an ethics violation has been found by the board. We had a contested case scheduled for this month, and probable cause was found by our board, and we immediately lost jurisdiction when the respondent resigned. So we had one this month, and in the past few years, this is the 3rd such instance where this has occurred. Lastly, establishing a comprehensive ethics training program is on our priority list. Currently, Maui County ethics training occurs only at onboarding. While City and County of Honolulu employees, they complete training at onboarding and every 2 years, and the state, they do it at onboarding and every 4 years. A few statistics. In the last 7 months, I've issued 101 informal advisory opinions. Formal advisory opinions have increased significantly. We have had 23 formal advisory requests in the first 2.5 months of 2026, compared to 15 in all of 2025 and 19 in 2024. I am happy to report that most of the 23 this year were addressed informally by the attorney of the day, avoiding the need to wait for a board meeting. Complaints more than doubled in 2025 compared with 2024, and in 2026, we are on track to exceed last year's level. We also review 204 financial disclosure statements annually, and our investigator now assists in reviewing them more thoroughly, including requests for clarification and amendments when needed. Finally, Maui County currently has 143 registered lobbyists representing 203 organizations. In closing, I want to thank you for your continued support and collaboration. At its core, our work is about upholding the public's trust, and we look forward to partnering with the council to advance our shared responsibility in the year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Akitake. Before moving on to discussion, I'll receive testimony for grade 5-5. Note, members, that this is only for our first agenda item. We'll be taking up testimony on each item as it comes up. I also want to note that I recognize not everybody who may want to testify today is able to do so. And so I'll plan to defer grade item 1127 and not take any legislative action on any item for today. Okay. Staff, is there anybody wishing to testify at this time?
Yes, Chair. The first individual who would like to testify is Chivo Ching Johnson, to be followed by Johan Lal.
Thank you, Chivo. You have 3 minutes. Oh, and Kalamai, I need to read the testifying rules. Testifiers wanting to provide testimony should sign up in the lobby, join the online meeting via the Teams link, or call into the phone number noted on today's agenda. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas as well. Under the Sunshine Law, the chair will receive oral testimony for agenda items as the item is called up. For individuals wishing to testify via Teams, please raise your hand by clicking on the Raise Your Hand button. If calling in, please follow the prompts via phone, which are *5 to raise or lower your hand, and *6 to mute and unmute. Staff will add names to the testifier list in the order testifiers sign up or raise their hands. For those on Teams, staff will lower your hand once your name is added. Staff will then call the name you're logged in under or the last 4 digits of your phone number when it is your time to testify. At that time, staff will also enable your microphone and video. Please ensure your name appears in Microsoft Teams as the name you prefer to be referred to, or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you're in person, please notify staff that you would like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Our testimony is limited to 3 minutes per item. If you're still testifying beyond that time, I will kindly ask you to complete your testimony. Once you're done testifying, or if you do not wish to testify, you can also view the meeting on Akaku Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us/agendas. We will do our best to take each person up in an orderly fashion. All right, Chivo, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, could I get a point of clarification? You said that we're not taking action. The only item, we don't take action on a 7B. The third item was action related. I didn't see any e-comment testimony, just the one written testimony on this. Are you saying we're not taking action on the third item?
Yes, Member Paulton. My plan was to defer the item and bring it back.
Okay. Is there, because my understanding is this is our last meeting before budget.
Correct.
Is there any time sensitivity to that last item?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep. Steph, Was there anything else that I missed? Okay, staff, can I ask that you call up the testifier again?
Yes, Chair. The first testifier is Chivo Ching Johnson, to be followed by Johan Lal.
Thank you. Chivo, floor is yours. Sorry, you're still muted. Staff, is he enabled on our side? Okay, I
Yes,
think
Chair.
you need to just hit the unmute mic button on your end.
Yeah, on the top right-hand corner, you may just need to hit the button that has a line through it with a mic. Yeah, you got.
There
I
you
got
go.
it. Right.
We can hear you now.
Thank you.
All right. Staff, can you set the timer now?
Aloha, Wina la kako, and Anzo to you all. I hope everybody's doing well. It's nice to be here today. Thank you. I really wanted to thank the great committee and all of the council members for the support you have offered the Board of Ethics. And I really enjoy being on that board, and I am particularly happy since Lauren has taken the helm, and now we have Christine Sukiyama, Gail, and Risa, and some very, very good staff. It has surprised me that there are so many incidents of ethics violations, from minor and small type things all the way up. And it really heartens me to know that we're trying very hard to bring our rules up to snuff, and Lauren has been working on that diligently. For example, the fact that when someone is caught doing something unethical, they can just resign and then they're free, and that just doesn't work. There are a lot of these rules that she had brought up that we really ask you for your support on. And I basically wanted to thank you for all you have done for our board. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any clarifying questions for the testifier? Seeing none? Thank you. Can I ask that you call up the next testifier, please?
Yes, Chair. The next testifier is Johan Lal, to be followed by Christopher Salem.
Aloha, Johan Lal. I'm testifying on behalf of myself. I was surprised by that presentation because I thought the gifts of aloha was a thing, but apparently it's like an unspoken rule. I do think that should be a rule because it's kind of a standard thing to bring like donuts or like malasadas or whatever if you have a meeting. And I've actually been in a meeting with a state person where I brought donuts and he was like afraid to eat the donuts. He was like, it's against the rules, like it might be a bribe or whatever. So I basically had to force the guy to eat a donut. And it wasn't a situation where I was being regulated or anything. So there's no opportunity for it to be a bribe. So I do think there is such a thing as like too much ethics rules. I did want to address their new rules. A while back, I don't know if this actually went through, but there's discussion about having hearings all be private, even if a person wanted their matter to be addressed publicly. And I actually filed an appeal with the Office of Information Practices in August of 2024. And I don't know what the status is, but the reason I filed that is because state sunshine law says that if a person wants to have something heard publicly, they actually have that right. So I would, if possible, ask the ethics folks about that, if they know anything about the status of that appeal and if that's still a rule. The other thing is I believe they have a rule now that if you file a complaint, you can't discuss it publicly. And I do understand the reason for that, but that seems like a free speech violation. So I would also ask about the status of that and whether that's a legal thing at all. And then also going back to the gifts of Aloha, I wonder if there could be some discussion about the matter where two council members asked about the gifts they received, the OO sticks, because to me that seems like kind of not. It's not a bribe. It's like a symbolic thing. So maybe there's an opportunity where you could accept gifts like that and have them become like county property or like property of your office, rather than like a personal thing. So maybe there's some opportunity to kind of loosen certain rules, but also be more in favor of like openness and also have strong rules and strong enforcement when it's something important. And that's my comments. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any clarifying questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you very much. Staff, can you call up the next testifier, please?
Yes, Chair. The next and currently final person signed up to testify is Christopher Salem.
Good afternoon, council members and council chair, our committee chair, excuse me for that. I really enjoyed that. That's not my point today, but I enjoyed that testifier's statements on that. I'm really happy that these rules don't apply to youth sports, because when we travel inter-island, if I didn't bring gifts of Krispy Kreme, et cetera, to the other administrators of whatever sport it may be, I think that it would be considered almost be rude. So I think there's way too much focus on that whole instead of the donut by the Board of Ethics. I mean, to me, if you're going to consume something, that's not a bribery, but irregardless of that. Director just mentioned the appearance of influence. And she also referenced 6 years. I would hope we get some clarification. 6 years on what? That was just that was a PowerPoint reference, but I'm not sure what it's about, and that wasn't part of my testimony. So, but my testimony today addresses the item, that being at its core, this proposal appears to conflict with the intent of the charter. This collaboration Board of Ethics was established to serve as an independent check on county government, not as a collaborative partner with the very bodies that may be required to investigate or assist in investigation. I think that's what the charter amendment speaks to. And I think the council should consider, instead of listening to PowerPoints, maybe giving legislative direction as to what, in fact, not about donuts, but what is the role of the Board of Ethics and what is the authority of the role of ethics. Specifically, we've had multiple cases here recently brought to the Board of Ethics that are very serious, as Chivo just said. One involves the county auditor, and one involves his legal representation and non-disclosures of his involvement of the matters which the auditor is auditing, and also his disclosure that corporation counsel interfered with the auditor's duties while I was a staff member of the Office of the Mayor trying to adopt legislation to collect on the infamous developer deferral agreements. So there's real ethics, and the out card they use, which we just received the letter, similar to what Corp Counsel does, they speak to that's outside their authority. How is that possible? That the county auditor brings in a private attorney who is involved in the very action that has suspended the audit. He drafted the warranty deeds to alter a government contract from 3 lots to 5. Any council member could spend 10 minutes and review that action was completely in violation of law. There's no such thing as a 5-lot deferral agreement. However, which is now we've exhausted our administrative remedies, and that's the game they play, we've gotten a letter saying, oh, that's not an ethical violation that's within our jurisdiction. So what happens next?
Thank you, Mr.
Here
Salem.
we go.
Can you please conclude?
Yes, I will. The conclusion is, because of that out card they use, which is not supported by the rules they've adopted, we now go to court again. That's the game. You force citizens to file lawsuits. So there'll be another one against the county auditor on this matter. It's something that you folks could resolve in about 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
So,
Salem.
I don't
Please
agree.
wrap up.
I'll finish it with that. I don't agree with the PowerPoint and all of the flowery discussion of the great things they're doing. I do not agree, not on the high levels of transparency and accountability.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Members, any clarifying questions for the testifier? Seeing none, staff, is there anybody else wishing to testify?
Chair, there's no one else signed up, but I see someone approaching the podium.
Hey, Mr. Batangan, I was just wondering if you were running for election?
Mr. Law, you have 3 minutes? Nope, that was it. Members, any clarifying questions for the testifier?
Chair.
Member Paulton.
I just wanted to let you know that we didn't hear the ringer in virtual.
Okay, that's helpful.
I don't
Thank
know
you.
if you guys heard something, but we didn't.
Thank you. Staff, can we look into that before we take up the next item?
Yes, Chair, we'll work on that.
Okay. Is there anybody else wishing to testify?
There is no one else who signed up to testify. I do see Mr. Salem's hand is up again, but he's testified for this item.
Thank you.
Would you like me to do a last call?
Yes.
If somebody would like to testify in the chamber, please let staff know, or on Microsoft Teams, please raise your hand. This is final call. 3, 2, 1. Chair, it appears that nobody wishes to testify.
Thank you. Members, seeing that there are no more individuals wishing to testify, without objection, I will now close oral testimony on this item. Thank you. As a reminder, written testimony will continue to be accepted. Chair recognizes that we have with us Member Cook. Nope, no problem. Okay, members, Chair will be implementing a 3-minute questioning period per member with a 1-minute follow-up round if needed. I will start on this side of the room, my left, which is Member Sinensi, and then we'll work our way down. Member Sinensi.
Hello, Chair. And beside the gifts, I mean, like a lot of the testifiers had said, it's almost like a cultural thing. And as Mr. Law had mentioned, and Mr. Salem, if you do kind of show up to a meeting without, I guess maybe it's just more of a cultural tradition to bring some kinds of gifts. Like we always do that omiyagi, where whenever we're visiting our conferences, we often bring omiyagi to the other councilors and councilmen when we visit, especially on the mainland. But I guess my question was for the omiyagis, is that something that we can address with you?
Director Akitake.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Sinensi, for that question. The revision to the gift rules, the way the state has gone, it will be, there's a cultural shift that will need to be looked at and discussed. So there's a lot more discussion that needs to be had. And we do not intend to change our rules without a framework and a lot more discussion so people can understand it. Definitely, I understand omiyage. The state laws has a lot of carve-outs for various things, but the thought of something you can consume, a donut versus a $300 steak dinner. So there's a lot that needs to be discussed in that regard. So we can't just exempt food in general. So the 3-part test is who is it from? What is the county purpose and what's the value? So if it's from a lobbyist, a $50 something from a lobbyist versus a $15 tray of donuts from a school group showing up. So there are no bright lines in that regard, but the state's experience is that when there are bright lines, like a $25 gift of Aloha or a $50, there are abuses. There could be quite a few $24.99 steak dinners from Ruth Chris, which is not $24.99. So we will discuss that at our board when our permitting interaction group comes back with their report, and we will roll out any new rules very deliberately so that the community knows why we are going in a certain direction and to make sure people understand that direction. So no panicking right now. It's just that gifts of Aloha is not in our rules anywhere. So that needed to be taken down.
Okay, and then next time, if you can address the, I guess the OOs that are more of a traditional, and if we keep it in the office, most times it kind of just decorates and shows what we've participated in.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. Before I started, there are two published opinions about the OO sticks. Please take a look at that. Thank you for asking to the council members who asked.
Okay.
The decision did mention that it is a very high cost item, and there are these types of items that can be maintained for county purposes. There's actually a specific rule on it. So, and one of the things, though, is when people know what our ethics rules are and how they're going to be interpreted, then on the front end, they could make different choices on what they use for those groundbreakings. Instead of a several $100 OO stick, is there something else that's symbolic that could be used? That sort of thing. So please take a look at those advisory opinions. Thank you.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, were you able to hear the timer this time around? No. So we have to try again. While they're working on that, I will recognize Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. The OO thing was a fun conversation to have because it was with an expensive piece of wood. And then there's other times where you go to some and they use like invasive wood that they don't necessarily have a high value, but nonetheless. Okay, I do have a question picking up on omiyage. What do we do about lei? Because there are times, and this is one where I'm gonna argue that we cannot let our culture or let our ethics, our version of ethics get involved in our culture, because that is a cultural thing. And lei can be very expensive.
Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council Member. Absolutely. Lei is carved out
Okay, good.
of a specific carve out of the state's rule.
As long as it's not like a lei of gift cards.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
No money leis.
Okay.
The idea is you cannot resell the lei.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
No worry about lei.
Okay, good. I hear you on that one. And then we should expect some language and some policy changes to our nepotism law, well, lack thereof. We're going to have some, as well as our lobbyists. Are we going to be kind of mirroring what the state does?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council Member. Absolutely.
Okay, good.
So the legislature actually passed 2 resolutions in the House directing county ethics boards to follow the state's rules.
Okay. And then,
yes.
sorry. I only have 3 minutes. Can you tell me a good cause request? Like, what is a good example of a good cause request to be discussed in public?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. You can look at the state's opinions. Those are publicly done.
Okay.
One in particular was one in Hana.
Okay.
There was an emergency hire situation, and I believe it was father-son. I'm not totally sure, but that was an exemption that was made.
Okay, I hear you on that. I don't disagree. We do need rules and laws, but this is a small island. Half of us are related to the other half of us. Okay. And then my next question, I'm going to actually ask on behalf of Tom because he went through this a lot. But how are you folks going to help protect employees and elected officials from unfounded and malicious complaints? I know we heard from somebody earlier that you're going to attempt to bar people from talking about them. But what happens when the attacks are quite constant and completely unfounded? What are you folks going to do on our behalf? And everybody
Chair.
else's behalf as well.
Thank you, Council Member. I feel that one, and I see that one. And we have an adjudicatory function that is recognized statewide. There are other boards in the county that have an adjudicatory function for the purpose of anyone can file an ethics complaint, valid or not. And so if there is something valid to it, the board will find that and we will move forward with it. If there is not, it gets dealt with in an adjudicatory meeting. There are other remedies. I was a per diem district court judge, so there are other avenues if elected officials are being harassed.
Okay, thank you. I won't need a second round, but if I could say, Member Johnson posted a really good article the other day about corruptomania, and we're kind of dealing with that on every aspect right now. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hodgins. Member Johnson, I look forward to seeing that article. Members who are tuning in online, were you able to hear the timer this time? Still no. Okay.
I was involved in the conversation. I might have missed it. I don't know. I can't recall.
I guess part of the point is
It
that
has
it
to be
should
loud.
be, it should be loud enough where you hear it though. You shouldn't have to be
I don't
paying
think
close
all
enough
hear
attention.
anything.
Okay. Well,
Riveting conversation.
we're getting reports from staff in the side offices that they can hear it, but I don't think everybody's able to. So we will persevere. Next up, Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming today. I apologize I missed the presentation. Is this only about gifts? Are we talking about lobbying and people who having to file, go and get opinions from the Ethics, Board of Ethics before they either participate or continue to participate in things?
Director?
Thank you. We covered our priorities for 2026, includes lobbyist rule revisions, nepotism, a rule. We don't have a rule right now. Also gifts that we intend to work on through our administrative rules, extending board jurisdiction over former employees to 6 years, which is in line with what the state has right now, and also a charter amendment for 2 terms for Board of Ethics members.
Thank you. So I'll ask my question. I think it fits within the criteria. When we interview people to serve on boards and commissions, and sometimes if they are industry related, they'll be asked to go before the Board of Ethics for a determination after they're placed. I look at that mostly of education, what is appropriate and inappropriate, so people know when they need to recuse themselves or not. I have a challenge with this. If someone has anything to do with industry, it's real clear cut about money or influence being somewhat determinable and quantifiable. We also have people who are put on for cultural or environmental priorities who may be extremely biased, but they're not necessarily scrutinized, or they're not subject to the same scrutiny because it's really difficult, because they're not necessarily servicing a company or their pockets or this or that, but they may not be objective in their assessment of a rule, an ordinance, a project. So do you have any, I don't know if I'm conveying my concern, but do you have any perspective on how we can hold everybody accountable, that if they're on a board or commission and they have a responsibility to hear and respond? I'm gonna be flat out. I think the Planning Commission's determination on the recent ruling, and it's gonna come back to the council, I'm just like, I don't get it. So anyway, thank you.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Cook. I absolutely understand what you're saying. I do want to clarify, though, that the Board of Ethics, we administer the ethics rules. And so we look at if there's a violation of the ethics rules. I know there are people who would like to expand our role, that they believe a certain way, this or that. And if we don't go to those items, then we are unethical. And we have a lane that we stay in.
Comment, just one quick comment. I totally respect that. And that's crazy. You can't start, you shouldn't be picking winners and losers and right and wrong. I say that not so much because I'd like that to happen. I say that because I think we need to be conscious of having the rules work for everybody and everything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Cook.
May I answer if there's
yes,
a question?
Director.
Thank you so much. What I do want to say is we do look at secondary employment. We look at their primary employment if they're a volunteer. We look at what kind of contracts they have with the county, if they are a registered lobbyist or they should be a registered lobbyist. What I found is that because we don't have lobbyist rules really, the concept of being a lobbyist is not that well understood. And so I think a little of what you're saying, some of those forces could come into play. And as we develop our rules and the understanding of these concepts, then I hope that can touch some of your concerns.
Thank you for that answer very much. And thank you for your patience with me, Chair.
Thank you, Member Cook. Member Paulton, can I ask, did you hear the timer or did you hear me say time? Okay, so everybody heard the timer. Okay, just making sure. Thank you, members. Member Rollins Fernandez is excused. So moving on, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councilmember Ulla Hodgins, for reminding me of that article. And I'm going to reference it today. So it's in Civil Beat called Corruptomania is a Dangerous Thing, and it's by Neil Milner. And basically, his thesis is, if you go out on the street, everybody's talking about corruption, but his argument is it's more incompetence than competence, which is an interesting way to take it on. But I think what he was saying that really kind of rung true to me is like everybody blames the mismanagement of our government on corruption, but a lot of times it's not that. It's more like, incompetence. But I'd like to hear the definition, the legal definition of corruption, because I'll read this little quote that really kind of nails it on the head. He says, studies show that public has a very wide definition of corruption that goes far beyond the legal meaning and includes things like ordinary legislative bargaining, policies you disagree with, and incompetence as well. So, you said any file or anyone can file an ethics complaint, and that sounds to me just like you can indict a ham sandwich. So really, a lot of these things can be boundless, and I'd like to maybe hear your definition of what the legal definition is of corruption.
Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. There's a lot to unpack there. So
I'm sure there is.
We do not move forward on corruption. We move forward on ethics violations, which can cover corruption. So I unfortunately can't give you a definition of corruption, but I can tell you that we uphold the ethics rules, and we will hold people accountable for violating those. Going back to the article, thank you for raising that. The incompetence issue, I do have to be very clear about this. We do not, if there are frequently complaints about how county employees did their job. And we're not subject matter experts in the different departments. So we're not going to go in and tell someone they should have or should not have issued a building permit or something of that nature. And there are people out there who really want us to do that. And that is not our lane. And so going a little bit to what we do, and also Councilmember Cook, we look at the ethics rules, and that is our lane. People want it to be expanded, but to the extent there is an allegation of incompetence, that goes someplace else.
Okay, so if you're looking at ethic rules, is it up on the portal? Is it up on your website, and you can clearly say to the public this?
Yes. We made
Good.
sure
Well, can
of
you say
that.
it for the record where it is?
Yes, it is at the very bottom of our website. There are 3 sets of rules that we are governed by. So please go and look at them at the very bottom of our website.
You heard it here first, folks. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I got 3 minutes, so if I cut you off, I don't mean to be rude. I think I did hear you clarify that the state passed an anti-nepotism policy in 2023. Is that, and that they intended for it to be applied to all the counties? Is that what you said, or?
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. No, the state's nepotism policy only applies to state employees and board and commissions members of the state. That's 55 to 60,000 people. 95%, the judiciary and the legislature are exempt.
And at one time, didn't you say, though, that the directive was for the state to adopt, for the counties to adopt the state policy? Did you say that in talking to one of the members? Was there a deadline on that?
No.
Oh, okay. I worked with, in my former job, brothers, and one was the captain of the other, and I'd say this is very sorely needed. The next one I have question about is, I think I heard you say a lobbyist statistic, something like 95% or something. I was wondering, have you had an opportunity to clean up the lobbyist list? Because the last time I looked at it, it looked very out of date.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for that. No, we need to clean up the list. There are some lobbyists from 2007 still on the list, so that number is likely not accurate. However, it is definitely on the to-do list. We want to update the rules, though, the substance of it. But we have an eye. We will clean up the list.
Oh, okay. And then I guess going back to the countywide nepotism rule about the counties adopting the state's policy, like, is that a cut and paste kind of thing where the state has a written policy and we're just adopting the policy, or are we like putting it into legislation as well? Or is a rule for the Board of Ethics sufficient?
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council Member. It is not, we are not going to be able to do a nepotism rule through our admin rules. This is going to come through the council. It needs to be a Maui County Code, and it needs to be discussed at length. The Hawaii County's policy is virtually identical to the state's. Their definition of family and household member is a little different, but it covers the same substance. So we will have a much larger discussion about that.
Okay, I heard the bell. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Paulton. Member Sugimura.
Congratulations. Every time you appear, you give us more and more of what you're doing, and welcome to your staff. Nice to see you hiring good people. In the auditor's February 2026 fraud report, in there he does, he does say that we need to have exactly what you're doing. So I look forward to seeing what you come up with. What is your process? You're just going to pass it by your board, and then you'll come up with what your board agrees to, and then propose a nepotism ordinance?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that question. It was noted in the audit that we do not have one, and it is best practice to have one. We had a very thorough discussion with Key Campbell in our February meeting. We actually went through every concern the council raised in 2013 and 2014, and we discussed those at length. I want to say about 80% of those concerns are not actually, do not pan out as concerns in the way the rule is now written. So 10 years on, they've been able to address some of those concerns and the common knee-jerk concerns that have meant that this has not moved forward. So we have taken a deep dive at the board level for nepotism. I highly recommend everyone watch that discussion because we touched every concern from the council in 2013, 2014. And Key Campbell talked about the process, researching other states and how they decided on what they decided on. Also showing that jurisdiction over 55 to 60,000 employees resulted in approximately 15 good cause exemption requests. So the numbers show that this is doable.
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So what about existing employees? So if you have departments that hire, that has nepotism, what does your policy recommend for that?
There are two options. One, and Key Campbell explained that it's not correct to use the words retrospective and prospective. Indiana went a different route than Hawaii, so we can get into that and decide which way to go. But the idea is the state did a 6-month delay in the start of their policy, and after 6 months, everyone had to be in compliance. And so if they couldn't get into compliance, then they would ask for a good cause exemption, which there were 15 of those. But he said the vast, vast majority of the situations, you can, quote, shuffle the deck in hiring or supervising, mostly supervising, and it would be in line with the rule.
Also, the auditor's report, the action must appropriate funds for the establishment of a countywide fraud hotline and a centralized intake system. So if I could just finish that one sentence. So what you're doing, would it kind of encompass some of this, or is it two separate thoughts?
Thank you. The county auditor, it's my understanding they're going to start a fraud, waste, and abuse hotline. I don't know what their timeline is, but we do expect to get referrals from that.
I see. So that's how it would interplay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Sugimura. Chair Lee.
Chair, I have no questions, primarily because in 9 months and 9 minutes, this will not apply to me. Thank you.
Not that you're counting down the minutes. Okay. So thank you, Director. Thank you, members. So I wanted to have this 7B so that you all and the public would understand what is being contemplated by the Board of Ethics and what our role will be in shaping that. She mentioned some charter amendments. Those will be taken up when we take up any proposed charter amendments later this summer. There will be some code amendments. She mentioned 3, I think. The countywide nepotism rule, the lobbyist rule, and then the jurisdiction over former employees. Drafts of those are being worked on now by committee staff and the Board of Ethics staff. The first draft will go to the Board of Ethics for review and comment before it comes back to us, and then we'll take those up over the summer. And then the last one is admin rules. So those we will not have a formal role in reviewing and approving before it goes out to the public for their thumbs up or thumbs down. But if you want to get involved in that process, it would be through the Board of Ethics internal administrative rulemaking process. I did have one question. Are you planning to create like a one-pager or a guidebook on some of the proposed changes? I think we heard from members a lot of support for what's being proposed, but also a lot of questions as to how it will be implemented or what they need to do, what we need to do individually to be in compliance. Is there going to be any sort of resources to that effect?
For the proposed changes?
I guess, or after those proposed changes get adopted?
Absolutely. That is part of the training. We want to do written training materials, in-person training materials, online training materials. I understand the concern. If we make a big rule change and just drop it on you and you don't know what it means, that doesn't help. That doesn't help. change is difficult, and we want to help make that easier. And so we're going to do our very best to, and certainly with the gift rules, rolling those out with enough information that people can go to ask questions, and knowing that our office is going to be flooded with questions as well, people calling. So we're hoping now that we have additional staff and another attorney, we can have a lot of training materials available.
Thank you. And so these are the priorities that the committee staff is working with you and your staff on. If members have additional legislation that they would like to introduce to supplement this package, who would they reach out to?
I would be happy to talk with you. Also, we have agendized pretty every meeting so far that I've been here, our strategic plan. So we do want to hear from the public to engage in what they want to see that would be in our lane that we could do to strengthen public trust. And so either one-on-one or at our meeting.
Thank you, Director. Okay, members, is there any desire for follow-up questions? Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Akitake. I just was wondering, if you have a calendar set for the various political cycles. In this morning's BFED, we were kind of informed that some of the spur of midterm changes was due to, whatever staffing changes or whatever of appointed people. And I think that highlights the importance of immediate training when there's a new elected official, administration, anything like that. And have you worked that into your calendar? Because it's a predictable cycle and it's important enough to happen like right away. I know that with the boards and commissions, we couldn't issue any advisory opinions or ask for any advisory positions until they've been put on the boards and commissions. In an election year, we should know the winner by mid-November. Could you start doing some training prior to swearing in so that, whoever the choices are or whatever can hit the ground running?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that question. Absolutely. I know Office of Consular Services, before our office started, did ethics training for each council member. And so with Chair, they communicated with my office, how do we want to handle this? And so I did meet with Chair Batangan to do an ethics training with him. So that is definitely on the radar. And I'm sure that the people who are elected are going to want that training early as well. So we're available for that.
Elected and appointed, right?
And appointed, yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure it's on your radar because it's so predictable. It's like it's scheduled already. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Paulton. Is there anybody else who has follow-up questions? Seeing none. Members, this item was posted for no legislative action. So if there were no objections, I will defer this item. Okay. All right. That concludes the first item of business. If you guys don't mind, can I ask for a 5-minute recess before we start the next one? Okay. So the time is 2:37. We'll come back at 2:45. Thank you. All right, members, it is 2:46. Can the Grade Committee meeting of March 17th please come back to order? Okay, second on the agenda is a case update regarding Chelsea Evans, individually as the personal representative of the estate of Tre Pu'uvaila'a Hia'olopa Ka'amele Huanani Evans Demoran, deceased v. Scott Martin, civil 2CCV-24-0000034. Item is grade 5-6. Along with Deputy Corporation Counsel Gores, we have with us today representatives of ES&A Inc., a law corporation, to provide us an update on this case. May I please ask that you introduce yourselves?
John Gores, Deputy Corporation Counsel.
Anna Ilento-Sneed, I'm the president and attorney with ES&A Inc.
Thank you. Members, if there are no objections, I will be designating these individuals as resource persons under Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council due to their expertise on the matter. Yep. Seeing no objections, may I now request opening comments from Deputy Corporation Counsel Gores and Special Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a case stemming from an incident that occurred in January of 2023. A lawsuit was commenced. Initially, it was filed against Captain Scott Martin of the fire department here at the County of Maui. The plaintiff subsequently filed a first amended complaint to name of the county. The county brought a motion to dismiss, which was granted against the county by the Second Circuit Court. The Second Circuit Court actually issued
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. The Second Circuit Court actually entered 2 orders dismissing the case against the county with prejudice. One was filed January 7th of 2025, and the other was filed February 5th of 2025, with the basis being this claim is barred by the exclusivity provision of the Hawaii Workers' Compensation Act, as was similarly held in 3 prior wrongful death cases. However, the case against Captain Martin is still pending and active, and Ms. Ilento-Sneed is here to do a presentation on that. Much of what she's probably going to discuss will implicate the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities of the county, the council, and this committee. Much may have to be discussed in executive session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here today because the Maui Corporation Counsel's Office asked me to answer any questions you might have regarding the status of the lawsuit. And because the county is funding Captain Martin's defense, it's entitled to limited disclosures within the terms of a stipulated protective order, which the plaintiff and the defendant have entered into in this lawsuit. I can answer any questions you may have pertaining to the case, provided the information you seek is part of the public record. But under the rules of professional conduct for lawyers in Hawaii, I'm prohibited from revealing any confidential information relating to the representation of my client in the lawsuit. So please ask the questions, and if I explain that I have to decline to answer, it is because the information you seek is either covered because it's confidential, covered by the attorney-client privilege, or covered by what we call the work product doctrine. So with that.
Thank you. Okay, before we move on with testimony, I'd like to apologize to Tre Ohana for butchering his middle name, and would like to take a second stab, this time with my glasses on. I was caught off guard a little bit earlier. I was not expecting that. But it's the estate of Tre Pu'uvai la'ahia o Lopaka a Melehuanani. Okay, so before moving on to discussion, I'll receive public testimony on grade 5-6. Staff, is there anybody wishing to testify on this item?
Chair, there's nobody signed up, but I do see somebody approaching the podium.
Aloha Abakea, it's J.C. Law from Kulauka. Thank you, County, and thank you, Scott Martin. I never met Trey, or did I meet Scott Martin, but I'm not much of a speech guy for words and stuff on occasions like this. I'm more leaning on towards Trey's side, and yeah, I appreciate that I'm even able to participate in this conversation. The Hawaiian word for Trey is me'e, hero, and other than him being a firefighter and going out and helping people and saving lives and stuff, it didn't occur to me until this big storm here this weekend that he might have actually saved the life of someone else that would have put themselves into harm's way. And the Jesus guy said, you can do nothing better in this world than to give up your life for someone else. So I feel like that's what he did.
Thank you. Members, any clarifying questions? Member Paulton. Mr. Law, we have a question from Councilmember Paulton.
Ready?
I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Tanner Mosier credited Trey for his work in saving the firefighters in the Lahaina fire. So it's my understanding he saved more than one life.
Mr. Law.
We never know what the future holds, Councilor Paulton.
I would say at least 6, if not more.
Thank you, Member Paulton. Any other questions for the testifier? Seeing none, staff, is there anybody else wishing to testify on this item?
Chair, there is no one else who has signed up to testify. Would you like me to do a last call?
Yes, please.
If somebody would like to testify in the chamber, please let staff know, or on Microsoft Teams, please raise your hand. This is final call. 3, 2, 1. Chair, it appears that nobody wishes to testify.
Thank you. Members, seeing as there are no more individuals wishing to testify, without objection, I will now close oral testimony for this item. As a reminder, written testimony will continue to be accepted. Okay. Members, Chair will be implementing a 3-minute questioning period per member, and we can see if we need a follow-up round. I can start on Chair Lee's side of the chamber and work my way down towards Member Zanenti. Chair Lee, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Member Sugimura.
So basically, the special counsel, you're representing the county, or you're representing? Who?
No, I represent solely Captain Martin.
Oh, only Captain Martin. So I just want to say that I met with Trey's mom, not the grandma who I know, but she used to work with us, and I guess her husband. But I'm really grateful that you're bringing this up, because the day that I met with her, the family had the whole front lawn with signs of, I guess, sentiments that the family received from the community. It was very sad. And the thought that it left you with was, okay, what are we doing with the county? And the hard part is I'm a mother, and just trying to imagine what the family must be going through, living this day by day, and the heartbreak, and what is the delay. So these are probably statements during if you would, take us into executive session, I have more questions that may be related to this, but I guess I will wait.
Thank you, Member Sugimura. Member Paulton.
Thank you. I'm not sure the whole things of what we're allowed to ask, but is there any possibility that some of the settling on the non-monetary items being requested could happen?
Corporation Counsel.
That would be a question that could only be answered in executive session, as it would implicate the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities of the county.
Okay, another question. So you cannot meet with the family?
Corporation Counsel.
I believe the family did meet in our office once and had a discussion and a presentation with us.
Do you know the date?
It was on the day the judge in the circuit court dismissed this lawsuit with prejudice against the county.
Oh, so there's no pending lawsuit right now?
As to the county, the lawsuit has been dismissed with prejudice. The county has no liability as to that claim. The only claim left is the claim that's being brought against Captain Martin.
Is there a timeline for him?
The trial is scheduled for, one second, let me look. June 7th, 2027.
If Captain Martin retires or separates before then, we're still gonna be with him? I mean, stand next to him?
The county has an obligation to provide Captain Martin with a defense. And that is why Ms. Alento Sneed is representing Captain Martin.
And that's regardless of his employment status with the county?
Yes.
And do we know a range of what he's on the hook for?
As far as I can tell, based on statements by the plaintiff's attorney, they do not want money from Captain Martin. They believe that if they get a judgment against Captain Martin, the county will have to pay for it.
Okay, but what is the dollar amount?
I think you're going to have to go into executive session because that concerns the liabilities of the county and it's confidential information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Paulton. So members, we can finish this round of questioning, and if there's a desire to go into executive session, we can take up that motion after we complete this round. Okay. And if you're on the fence as to whether or not it's a question for open or executive, my recommendation would be to ask, and Corporation Counsel or Special Counsel can tell us whether or not they can answer it on the floor at this time. Okay. Next up, Member Johnson.
Thank you. I have no questions in open session at this time.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Is Member Rollins Fernandez back? Nope. So Member Cook.
I don't have any current questions.
Thank you, Member Cook. Member Hodgins.
Thank you. My questions will primarily need to be discussed in executive session, so I can hold on. I know they need to be in an executive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hodgins. Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies. Then the neighbors are working on in their garage. Can the corporate counsel repeat the verdict again?
Corporation Counsel.
I'm sorry, council member. Could you repeat your question?
What was the, I guess, the judge's recommendation?
The judge's decision was the lawsuit against the county is dismissed with prejudice. The county is not responsible. The exclusive remedy for an employee is to bring a workers' compensation claim under the Hawaii Workers' Compensation Act, not to bring a circuit court action.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. At this time, I think that concludes our first round of question. Would anybody like to make a motion to go into executive session? Okay, I see a motion by member Sugimura. I'll take the second from member Cook. Let me find my notes related to executive session.
Roll call, please.
Oh, roll call, okay. Okay, so the chair will entertain a motion to convene an executive meeting in accordance with.
Do you want to take the vote before you read the rules, just in case there's not enough votes to go into executive session? Then you don't have to waste your time reading the rules.
Okay. Okay. I'm being advised I need to read the beginning portion before we take the motion, or before we take the vote. We would convene an executive meeting in accordance with Section 92(5)(a)(4) Hawaii Revised Statutes to consult with legal counsel on questions and issues pertaining to the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities of the county council and the committee. And Section 92(5)(a)(8) Hawaii Revised Statutes to deliberate or make a decision upon a matter requiring the consideration of information that must be kept confidential pursuant to a state or federal law or a court order. Okay, I have a motion made by member Sugimura, seconded by member Cook to enter into executive session for resolution. I guess it's item grade 5.6. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will ask for roll call.
Proceeding with roll call, Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Council Chair Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Excused.
Councilmember Senensi,
No.
Councilmember Sugimura,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair U'u Hodgins,
Aye.
Committee Chair Batangan.
Aye.
Chair, that's 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excuse. Motion carries.
Okay. So for the record, the following personnel will be attending the executive session. That's all council members in attendance. Myself, Committee Chair Kauna Batungan, Committee Vice Chair Nohilani Uhajins, Councilmember Tom Cook, Councilmember Gabe Johnson, Councilmember Alice Lee, Councilmember Tamara Paulton, Councilmember Shane Senensi, Councilmember Yukile Sugimura. Office of Council Services Staff, Peter Hanano, Legislative Attorney, and Maria Leon, Committee Secretary. Corporation Counsel, can I ask you to state who from the Department of Corporation Counsel or the administration will be in executive session and your titles, please?
Thank you, Chair. Thomas Colby. I will be the attorney sitting in and advising from a counsel and drafting perspective. Also present will be John Gores, if there are any legal questions related to the lawsuit against the county, and our special counsel, Ms. Alento Sneed, will be present to answer questions related to Scott Martin's defense.
Thank you. Deputy Corporation Counsel, can I ask whether or not special counsel is entitled to remain in executive session since she's technically representing Captain Martin rather than the county?
I think she needs to be present here. I think you need to hear from the legal representatives who are handling the litigation and trial, which is scheduled for July of 2027 or June. So I think she needs to be here. I anticipate that the majority of questions will really be related to the remaining claims, which are against Captain Martin, who is, we have a duty to defend, which means that you guys, as the people who authorize special counsel, would need to hear directly from her about the status of that and anticipated costs moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Peter, is there anything else I'm supposed to ask before we go into executive session?
Not that I can think of, but I would request a recess.
Okay, so at this time, Chair would like to call for a 5-minute recess to 3:12 p.m. We will reconvene in executive meeting. Members, it is 3:14. I'd like to call this great committee meeting of March 17th back to order. As you may have noticed, we are still in open session. There's been a slight change of plans. OCS Director has informed me that we cannot bring special counsel into executive session since she does not represent the council. The executive sessions for us to be able to confer with our attorneys, and since she stated on the record that she does not represent this body or the county at large, we cannot bring her in with us. So we might have a very short executive session depending on how much of the answers we're able to get from Corporation Counsel. Okay, that being the case, I will take a 2-minute recess now, and we will reconvene in executive session. This meeting of the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee is now in recess.
discussed with its attorney county's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities, and also sought legal advice and questions from its attorney on issues related to the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, is there any further discussion before the chair's recommendation? Seeing none, this item was posted for no legislative action. So if there are no objections, I will now defer this item. Thank you. Members, we have before us Resolution 26-15 entitled Authorizing the Employment of McCorston, Miller, Mukai, McKinnon, LLP as special counsel in Todd P. Lyman et al. v. County of Maui et al. Civil case 2 CCV-25-0003780 and in any future litigations challenging Ordinance 5909-2025. Resolution 26-15's purpose is to authorize the employment of McCorston, Miller, Mukai, McKinnon, LLP as special counsel to assist and represent as co-counsel the County of Maui Department of Planning and Kate Blystone in her official capacity or her successor as Director of Planning with the class action complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief in Todd P. Lyman et al. v. County of Maui et al. Civil 2 CCV-25-0003780 and in any future litigations challenging Ordinance 5909-2025 for a total compensation not to exceed $250,000. Okay. May I ask that you please introduce yourself, Corporation Counsel, and proposed special counsel?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Kristen Tarnstrom, Deputy Corporation Counsel. I'm here with Catherine Hall. She's my co-lead on these litigations. She's also a Deputy Corporation Counsel. We do have online David Hinken of, Hinken of McCorston, Miller, Mukai, and McKinnon.
Thank you. Members, if there are no objections, I will be designating these individuals as resource persons under Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council due to their expertise on this matter. All right. May I please have opening comments from Deputy Corporation Counsel Kristen Tarnstrom and Special Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I apologize for getting David's name wrong. It is David Minkin, not David Hinken. I often get them confused for no good reason. As this council is aware, on December 15th, 2025, the body passed Bill 9, Ordinance 5909. And on December 24th, 2025, we received service of first complaint in the matter, and that is a class action complaint. There are currently only 5 individuals at that time. There were 5 individuals who were named as plaintiffs, and that is Todd Linham versus the County of Maui. That is filed in state court and is before Judge Truier. On January 22nd, 2026, we were served with the second action, and that is approximately 45 owners within Kaanapali Royal that initiated a case challenging Bill 9. And that is also in state court, but it is before Judge Hammond. The actions made very similar challenges to the ordinance. They argued that Bill 9 was unlawful under HRS 46-4, that it affected a regulatory taking, that it is a violation of due process and equal protection. And they also made zoning estoppel claims in those complaints and a violation of the Contracts Clause. Ultimately, our intention is to keep the work related to this litigation in-house as much as possible. That's why I have Catherine Hall and I are co-leads on this matter. And we've already successfully prosecuted a motion to dismiss on several of the claims that were brought in at least the first, the Linham lawsuit. But since we don't know what to expect in this case and there is a class action pending, we wanted to employ David Minkin's firm as they have an expertise in class action cases. And we don't know what shape these litigations will take, as I noted. So we have requested special counsel will be identified as co-counsel in this case because it is our intention for Kathy and I to take on these cases for the most part as lead counsel. But Mr. Minkin will be, I don't want to say backup, but he'll be there to assist us should the cases become more numerous and needing more management.
This is David Minkin. I've met most of you previously. One of the people that used to work with me after 13 years has left and gone over to a small plaintiff's firm that's Jordan Inafuku. But I have as I've indicated, I have really brilliant young lawyers with me, such as Mr. Inafuku and Micah Miyasato and Sabrina Govea. I have handled class actions both as plaintiff's counsel as well as defense counsel. I also have handled planning issues and these types of things. I defended the county of Kauai when they did the pesticide ordinance. I also defended the county of Kauai and got dismissed lawsuits in federal court when they had the landslides towards Hanalei and they restricted people from basically using their homes or using the road. And just for information purposes, I went to law school to be a prosecutor because I was a victim advocate in Honolulu. And then in law school, I actually liked real property land use matters. I spent 11 and a half years as the chair on the Zoning Board of Appeals in Honolulu, a chair for 9.5 years, and I've done cases all the way up to the Supreme Court involving government regulations, laws, and everything else. So in this these cases, I've already provided and spoke with deputy corporation counsels on the pleadings that they've done, and we'll just sit in the weeds basically until asked to do something.
Any other remarks from the administration at this time?
No, Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. So for the public's information, I plan to recommend deferral on this item today. Following the recent Kona low storms, members of our community were impacted in ways that may inhibit their ability to traverse to the county building or join this meeting online. To promote transparency that will allow the public to observe the meeting or provide testimony before we consider action on this item, my plan is to bring this back up at a later point. That being said, I'll now receive testimony for grade 1127. Staff, is there anybody wishing to testify on this item?
Sure. Can we clarify with the lawyer folks that this is not time sensitive?
Yep. Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Paulton, for the question. That's a hard question to answer. We had hoped to line up Mr. Minkin's firm to assist us as soon as possible in the case when we submitted this in January. There is presently a bit of a lull in activity in the litigations that could always change. So at present, there isn't a desperate need to line it up, but we'd hope to do it as soon as possible.
And you understand that we're going into budget, so we're not going to be taking this up for another at least couple months.
Yes.
And Councilperson David Minkin, I will continue to support the Corporation Counsel as necessary, even if this isn't passed at this point in time. I am grateful for my 51 years in Hawaii. I am grateful for the University of Hawaii School of Public Health, which no longer exists. I am grateful for the University of Hawaii Law School, which I am a graduate of, and I will continue to help. And I feel very, very honored to have been a prosecutor, victim advocate, and now assisting counties throughout the state. So I will continue to assist them. Whenever it comes up, it comes up.
Thank you for that clarification, and condolences on the loss of Mr. Inafuku from your firm.
I am feeling it very hard.
Thank you.
Thank
Staff,
you, Chair.
can you please call up the first testifier?
Yes, Chair. The first individual signed up to testify is Sam Small, to be followed by Christopher Salem.
Mr. Small, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, after reviewing those in the meeting, I don't believe Sam Small is still in the meeting, but I do see Christopher Salem. We could move to him for now.
Yep. Mr. Salem, you have 3 minutes. Staff will come back to Mr. Small afterwards, or at the end of all testimony.
Thank you, Committee Chair. I appreciate it very much. I'm not speaking today necessarily on Bill 9. I really don't have a position on that. However, I do think there's a nexus between what just occurred a few hours ago and what we're embarking on right here today. In this process, all of these processes where we employ outside counsel, what we're seeing today is an opportunity to make change. The McCorston firm is, first of all, is an excellent law firm. I have no position on 9, but I do have a position on the McCorston firm, that being what I just said. The issue at hand is that I believe there should always be upfront disclosures as to, for example, in this case, what prior lawsuits and/or actions the firm has been involved with. This would apply to all firms. But specifically here today, the McCorston firm was my law firm. My law firm, as it relates to the issues with the ones we're still dealing with. They also were the law firm for the Olawalu homeowners and successfully forced that developer, Peter Martin, to come back on those millions of dollars of mitigations, many of which were fire mitigations that are not done. McCorston firm, Randy Schmidt, was fantastic in that pursuit. The McCorston firm also represented a Nui housing group, which is a group that I personally formed, bringing in a nationwide affordable housing a consultant and expert, and we settled the Palama Drive litigation. We settled that, not Corp Counsel. And we brought the number down from 22 to probably 12, $13 million by exposing the engineer's role in that. That was a year and a half. My close friend Jay, the attorney developer, he personally spent, I'm not going to disclose how much with the McCorston firm or how much I spent with that firm. But I just think procedurally, just in case there is any potential conflicts, not that I'm saying there is with McCorston, you can hear my support of them. But the bottom line is, they were our law firm. And I would love to read to you a letter that was referencing what Councilmember Hodgins said earlier about when people are making accusations, but it's pretty blistering from their firm regarding one of the former public works directors, where he specifically said what his actions were illegal and done with a clear intent to benefit a client of the Munakio firm. And I could present that letter from the McCorston law firm taking a position on illegal conduct. So it's very important that when these attorneys come to the floor, that they put out there where they've been involved in actions in the county of Maui, just so people may know there's conflicts. But I don't think, I'll finish, I certainly don't believe in this firm's case that there's conflicts related to Bill 9, but I'm not one to speak to that, but I can speak to my experience with them as a paying client. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Thank you, Chair Lee. I recognize. Staff, is there anybody else wishing to testify?
Chair, there's no one else on the list apart from Sam Small, but I don't see him in the meeting.
Okay. Can you do a last countdown, please?
Yes, Chair. If anybody is in the chamber and would like to testify, please let staff know, or on Microsoft Teams, please raise your hand. This is final call. 3, 2, 1. Chair, it appears that nobody wishes to testify.
Thank you. Members, seeing as there are no more individuals wishing to testify without objection, I will now close oral testimony on this item. Thank you. As a reminder, written testimony will continue to be accepted. Okay, members, it is 4:27. I recognize that Chair Lee had to leave for a prior commitment. Is there anybody else who has a hard stop? Okay, so what is the pleasure of this body? I initially was thinking that we weren't going to spend that much time in executive session for the second item and that there would be plenty of time for this one. But now we're a little tight. So my initial plan was to do a single round of questions and then see if there was an appetite to go into executive session. Since we are planning to defer and take this item up again, we may not need to do that. Would the members like to do a single round of 2 minutes each? And then we can have the discussion as to whether or not we would want to go into executive. Is that agreeable to everybody? Okay. So seeing no objections, I think we'll go that route. I'll start on the opposite side of where I had normally been going, and first call on Member Senensi. You have 2 minutes.
No questions, Chair. Thank you.
Efficient, I like it. All right, Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I have a lot of questions, but probably best saved for executive session. So I'm happy to save them for when this item returns. For now, I don't have any questions for open session. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hodgins. Member Cook.
Echo my colleague. I have questions, but not that, I think they're executive session. And I have no problem with deferring it so that we can have a comprehensive conversation about it in the future.
Okay, thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez is excused. Member Johnson.
No questions at this time, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member Paulton.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Minkin for the things that he said earlier. My question is, how will you let us know when we need to take action? Because we're going to be like, in the budget and we don't really do stuff. I was hoping to go into the South Maui Community Plan after that and get time as well. So how would you communicate to us that the issue is becoming urgent and we need to take action? And then is it that we drop everything during budget, or we drop everything during South Maui Community Plan and take this up? Because I'm not sure what testifiers we're waiting for, because it still would need first reading at a full council, or just one reading as a resolution. I don't know if it takes 2 readings. So I'm not really sure what we're waiting for here. Ms. Feinstrom.
Thank you, Member Paulton, for the question. There are methods. It sounds like Mr. Minkin was willing to work with us pending the passage of this resolution, because we cannot pay any bills until this resolution is passed. But if there were some emergency where we needed to communicate with you, our office could consult great committee staff as well as the chair and inform you that we believe something immediate needs to happen more quickly. But yeah, you guys have a busy schedule.
I'm in support of deferring this because, we do know we have a packed schedule. I'm not sure what any testifier would say that would make it be we don't need to hire special counsel, or anybody that is suing us have an input on who we would choose. So I'm not supportive of deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Paulton.
Yeah, I just don't think we should mess around with this.
Okay. Member Sugimura, followed by Member Rollins Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you. So how many lawsuits have we had or have?
Thank you, Member, for the question. We have 2 active lawsuits now, the 2 I mentioned, and that's all that we're aware of now.
And have you done any work with the other lawsuit?
Yes, we successfully won a motion to dismiss 2 of the claims and 1 of the plaintiffs in the first lawsuit, the Linham lawsuit. The second lawsuit, they have sought to amend their complaint and have been granted the authority to amend their complaint, but they have not filed the amended complaint yet.
Okay. Okay, I'll wait. I have questions, but I'll wait for exec session.
Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez, this is an opportunity to ask questions of Corporation Counsel and proposed special counsel in open session. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Chair. Mahalo, Chair. And before my time starts, for the Sunshine Law disclaimer, I am in my vehicle with my husband, McKenna Fernandez. Okay, so my question for you, Chair, is when would you plan to take this up again? And when you take it up again, would that be the time that we would go into executive session? And then my, I guess the clarification on this, or I guess this for you too. The question with this is, do we give authorization to Corp Counsel to hire special counsel or not? So if the question that you would like to have further discussion and provide more transparency to is just the status of litigation and, you know, where everything is at, that can be done as a different item or, you know, as a 7B or something.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez, for the question. So, yeah, my intent was to bring this item back up after budget. If, you know, Corporation Counsel had reached out during budget and they needed something sooner, then we could discuss with them. When I had committee staff reach out this morning about deferral, given my discomfort with taking action without confidence that the public would be able to fully weigh in, I didn't get the sense that it was urgent and that they seemed okay with that plan. So I didn't think this was time sensitive when I made the announcement at the beginning of this meeting. The options on the table were to either cancel the item from the agenda or to, hear testimony, take a round of questions, and then defer. I went with the latter since we did have them come all the way here, and that's kind of how we ended up where we're at. Regarding your question on the 7B, I think that would be taken up as a separate item, not heard under this, or maybe, I don't know, I would defer to staff. But since the resolution we have before us is to hire co-counsel, special counsel as co-counsel, I don't know if I would necessarily bring up a status update under this item. I would probably seek a different legislative vehicle to hear a status update.
Okay, Malha, for the responses. I did hear the timer, but just to, finish this discussion, is it that you feel that there would be public testimony that would provide information to council for us to consider not hiring Mr. Minkin's law firm for special counsel as co-counsel? Is that the issue?
It wasn't necessarily on the item. I just looked through the items on all of the agendas posted for this week and noted that this would be the only one in which this body would take action. And hearing from my constituents, how some of them are still dealing with the after effects, I didn't want to be the only guy taking action. I figured the happy compromise would be that we would hear public testimony, answer or ask some questions now, defer, and then come back. I also didn't get the sense that this was time urgent when I had made the decision. And so I guess that's where my head was at when I made the call earlier. I just didn't want to be taking action in
point of clarification.
My position is similar to Member Polton. I don't see. I prefer to take action, but I hear Member Polton with a point of information.
Member Polton.
I have never seen this on a council agenda. Was it direct referred? Because direct referred implies that it's time sensitive. Is that not how we're doing it? Otherwise it would have been placed on a council agenda and then referred to this committee and then so on and so forth. But if this was direct referred to you, why are we skipping steps then?
That's a good question. Okay, so staff, can I confirm that it was direct referred to the committee? So the answer from staff is yes, it was direct referred. I personally did not know that was why. I just thought direct referral was possible because we had an item in the committee list of legislation that allowed for it. and thought I was saving time at full council. I didn't realize that it had other implications beyond me trying to save us time.
Because, I mean, if it's not time sensitive, it could have gone the regular route and been on the council agenda and then get referred here and given people all kind of other opportunities to testify and whatnot. So maybe we should look into consistency in that.
Appreciated. Yeah. At the time, I didn't know. I was just asked if I would prefer to have this direct referred and said yes to save time at full council. But I am now aware of the implications that come with it and might have more discussion with staff in the future.
Thank you.
I guess I was hoping not to spend so much time on process here and more time dedicated to Corporation Counsel and the proposed special counsel or co-counsel. Does anybody have any other questions that they would like to ask of them at this time? I know we are a little bit past when we normally would adjourn, but we do have them here, and I want to be respectful of their time. Member Paulton.
Thank you. I think this firm did a great job for us after the fire with Mr. Inafuku. Sorry you lost him again. My question, I guess, is for Ms. Tarnstrom. What is it that makes you folks have chosen him? Because it's a little bit different than a fire situation, but he, Mr. Minkin did say that, you know, he has worked with county a lot. Like, what was the determining factor for you folks? If you folks were the ones to choose this firm, like, what was the standout reason? Because I'm not a lawyer.
Thank you, Member Paulton, for the question. We went through our procurement process. We have to go through a HRS 103D process in hiring a special counsel or outside counsel for any matter. So there was a committee formed of myself, Catherine Hall, and Thomas Colby, based on his experience in previous class actions and the fire. We looked at our file, and I won't go into discussions as to the basis for our decision, as it is attorney worked product privilege, but Mr. Minkin's firm was our top choice.
Oh, I like to hear that. So we didn't get any like second string or anything. We got the top choice, and he's willing to wait for us. Thank you so much. Again, sorry for your loss of Mr. Inafuku, but I'm pleased to hear that you have other bright young minds working with you, and I can't wait to meet them. Or is it you, Mr. Minkin, that is going to be the main dude?
I am the talking head, but I have a brain trust, and the brain trust has been the young associates who have been with us from law school days to being associates. And like Mr. Inafuku, he came here after his first year of law school. After his second year, became an associate, became a partner in 6 years, was my partner for a number of years. I am still working with him on some cases, but he is now off with Lapa and Otake and wanting to do more plaintiffs type work. And part of it is that he believes, and I don't think it's true from my perspective of knowing him for 13 years, he thinks with 2 young children, a second grader and a kindergartner, as well as his volleyball with Spike and Serve in Iolani School, that he will have more time, but his DNA is such that I don't think he'll have more time.
Thank you. I have no desire to be a lawyer whatsoever, but if I did, I might consider working with you. But no desire, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, noting the time, is there any appetite to go into executive session now, or would you prefer to adjourn and then whenever we bring this back up? Okay. All right. So let me find my place in the notes. Okay. If there are no objections, I will now defer this item for the reasons stated earlier. I think I heard objections, so would you guys prefer a roll call I think staff, I have concerns because I started off the meeting and then started off this item by saying what I would prefer to do. So if there's discussions to the contrary,
Roll call, please.
is it just the roll call?
Oh, Chair.
Just the roll.
Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I'm now in a public place, but for this thing. If your question is a procedural one, you're just the chair. You're just facilitating this meeting. It's still the will of the body and to make the decision. So just because you committed to something at the beginning of the meeting doesn't mean you have to follow that. If you would like to hear the concerns of your committee members and move forward with the resolution, you can.
Good to know. Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Okay, so that being the case, I would like to entertain a motion to defer this item. And then staff, if we do get the motion in a second, I'd ask for a roll call. So moved from Member Cook, seconded by Member Sugimura. Staff, or I guess, any discussion on the matter? Seeing none, staff, can you please do a roll call?
Okay.
Oh, I apologize.
voting
Member
on it.
Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I'll be voting no on the motion. Mahalo.
Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez. Staff?
Chair, proceeding with roll call vote. Councilmember Cook,
To defer.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Council Chair Lee,
Excused.
Councilmember Halton,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Senensi,
No.
Councilmember Sugimura,
Oh, yes.
Committee Vice Chair Uu Hodgins,
Aye.
Committee Chair Batangan.
Aye.
Chair, that's 4 ayes, 4 noes, 1 excused. Motion fails.
Okay. All right, that being the case, would anybody like to offer a motion to adopt the recommendation?
So moved.
Well, I guess we need a motion on the floor for discussion. So I was either going to pick adopt or reject and just went with adopt.
Chair.
So moved.
Also adopt.
So we have, actually, can I ask for a recess so I can confer with staff on what my options are as chair? Thank you. So I would like to ask for a 5-minute recess, 4-minute recess, reconvening at 4:50. Thank you, members. It is 4:53 p.m. on March 17th. Will the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee meeting please come back to order? All right, members, so the options before us, as it was explained to me, are to approve of the resolution, to disapprove of the resolution. We could also lose quorum. So if we move to approve and end up deadlocked, if we move to disapprove and end up deadlocked, then I guess the option before the body would be to adjourn, which effectively would be the same as deferral. If we lose quorum and have to end the meeting as a result of lack of quorum, it would effectively be the same as deferral. Just wanted that on the record for you to consider before we take any further action. I see Member Paulton's hand up.
Oh, I just was checking if the motion and the second was still active.
I don't think so. So you're welcome to make one at this time.
I move to approve the resolution. I move to recommend approval of the resolution to first reading. Is that the right words?
Second.
I think it's recommend
Only
adoption,
reading.
but yes.
I move to recommend adoption of the resolution at first reading.
So we have a motion by Member Paulton, a second by Member Rollins Fernandez. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Oh, thank you. You know, this law firm has represented us well throughout the fire. We have a good working relationship, as we heard from Ms. Tarnstrom. This is her first choice, and she would like to get working as soon as possible. I don't think we should monkey around with our first choice. This isn't the only opportunity to testify. We didn't receive any written testimony last I checked. And if people feel one way or another, they can always testify at the full council. I see no reason to drag this out. It's a direct referral. It's pretty standard. Like, we're gonna want to hire a lawyer, I believe, and this is they did good by us for the fire. You know, I don't think anyone could dispute that, and that's the end of my first discussion.
Thank you, Member Paulton.
Thank you.
I'll recognize Member Rollins Fernandez as the second, sir, and then I see Member Hodgins and Member Johnson.
Hello, Chair. So the comments Member Paulton shared in her remarks, we heard the qualifications of Mr. Minkin and his law firm, his experience with Kauai County lawsuits, which are specific to this lawsuit. And we did receive one testimony. It was in support of choosing Mr. Minkin's law firm. There will be another opportunity for folks to counsel on this recommendation from the committee. And I think I understand and appreciate your concern about folks not being able to make it to the council chambers, to the testimony in person, or internet to even provide testimony on it. I think if folks, want to, also they can later time, but also that if we wanted to schedule this specific, I think other folks may be more interested in speaking to and not specific to the hiring of special counsel. That's the resolution that we're taking, not, the lawsuits. We can another time.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Member Hodgins, followed by Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. If we're going to vote right now, which I know we do have a motion on the floor, for me it's going to be no. I would like more time to discuss this issue. it's nothing against Mr. Minkin's firm. I know they do great work. We've worked with them several times. We had this conversation in HOU committee, and I did ask specifically if you were going to be requesting special counsel, and you said no. And so now we're here today, and there are a couple of things I would like to discuss before we discuss the hiring of special counsel, which is what I would prefer to do if we're going to stay in committee. But if we're not going to stay in committee, then we can vote and be done with it, and we can bring this up again if need be. But I would like to probably go into executive session and continue to discuss all the things that we were at least told when we were voting on Bill 9 and how Mr. Minkin's firm will fold into that. I know you folks had that discussion with the committee. I would like us to know how that went. I know it's only $250 at this point, which I'm kind of curious how long it's going to last. I know you have your mic on and I do want to hear from you. I just don't, are we in discussion? Can she answer my questions, or it's just a one-sided conversation then we're going to vote, or what are we doing? Because I would like to hear from Corp Counsel. That would be my preference, but I'm not too sure everybody's time.
So we are in discussion, but I think this is a relevant question. So Corporation Counsel.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member Hodgins, for the question. My recollection of that discussion was that it was a bit open-ended. We didn't know what sort of shape the litigations would take and what decisions would be made going forward once they began in the HLU meetings. I noted that I believed I would be lead on those cases, and I am. And Catherine thankfully joined our office, and she is amazing, well-respected, and a force to be reckoned with. So it is our intent, again, to keep as much as we possibly can between us and in-house. And the purpose of hiring on Mr. Minkin's firm is to assist if that becomes unworkable and the volume of cases become too high for us to manage just on our own.
Okay, can I continue asking questions, or how is this going to play out? Because I have a lot of questions, and again, I thought we were going to go into executive session, and I don't want to put her or anybody else on the spot right now. I know it's 5 o'clock, but I'm not comfortable.
Hodgins, I'm okay with a friendly amendment. If you want to amend it to go to executive session, I'm okay with it.
I'm not the chair, but I don't know if everybody can stay. I'm not too sure everybody.
I think we're going to lose quorum if we keep going. So I would ask for you to wrap up in a minute or two so that we can go to Member Johnson, and then we can discuss going into executive session since we have a queue.
Okay. How long do you think, I guess, this $250,000 will last in an active lawsuit? Because I don't think it's quite active yet, right?
Thank you for the question. We have not utilized Mr. Minkin, and we have not had need to up until this point. So I can't answer that with certainty as to how long it would last. It is a high number from our expectations. Should things continue as they are now, it would take a very, very long time to reach that number, but we of course don't know what the future holds.
Okay, I'll let everybody ask their questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hodgins. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So I know, executive session is kind of a concern here. This is a big question for the lawyers in the room. Can, let's say, for example, Councilmember Hodgins want to have a meeting with you guys? She set up a meeting with you guys and you guys just talk? Or do we all have to do it in an executive session because of that? Let's listen to lawyers.
Deputy Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. We'd be happy to meet with any member individually and discuss the action.
With Mr. Minkin as well?
Mr. Minkin would not be able to attend because he would not be covered by attorney-client privilege. He would not be able to speak with you guys.
That's where I was going to this, because maybe I'm just trying to find maybe a middle ground for Councilmember Hodgins to vote yes, and maybe she could come and have a meeting with you guys after and talk about her concerns. Members, if we're 4-4, that's where we're at, but I'm trying to find a way that we could become 5-3 and get this done and still have those questions that you guys have answered. I'm just trying to come up with solutions, guys. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson. I'm going to recognize Member Cook first, since I know he has to leave like in a minute or two, and then Member Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. My statements to Corp Counsel, the Chair, the body, my colleagues. I'm the representative from South Maui. I am shocked at the cavalier, like, oh, we got this handled. There's going to be a tsunami of litigation. I've just seen people cheering me on and encouraging the fact that we could get H3 and H4 passed, and maybe there was a path forward. Maybe the administration was sincere, hoping the administration was sincere, that people who are on this list and engaged in this now 3 to 5 year time frame are withholding litigation because they're hoping to be able to work with the county and accepting what has been proposed during this process, that there is a pathward forward. You're not losing your property rights. You're going to have an opportunity to do this, opportunity to do that. What recently occurred with the Planning Commission, going 5-1 against what the council's recommendation of 8-1, when the Planning Committee, it's just people that talk to me and reach out to me are scared. They don't have faith. They're angry. They're frustrated. They don't want to litigate. People are approaching them to litigate. So I don't think this is going to be a little deal that $250,000 is going to be enough. I think you two are going to be just full-time, nothing but this case, the way it's rolling. So also, I think that we have public testimony on everything. For my district to go like, oh, it's just for people not to be informed of what's occurring and potentially before budget and stuff, how money's potentially going to be spent and it just be sort of open ending, and I feel cavalier. So I'm not supportive. We could go on executive. I delayed my meeting if necessary. I told them I'll get there if I can, but I'm not supportive. I want to be supportive of the county. I want to be supportive of you. I want to be supportive of our local government. I don't have much confidence in the way this path is going. I definitely think it's inappropriate to wait until first reading and then bring this up, not having any public testimony. I mean, talk about doing committee work on the floor. That potentially is a lot. So anyway, thank you for my opportunity to share with my colleagues what I'm thinking. I know I didn't really ask you a question. I'm trying to communicate, though, where I'm coming from, what my concerns are respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Cook. Member Sugimura.
Thank you. I'll be fast because Member Cook has to go. And I think we're way past where we wanted to be. But I will tell you that going through, Tasha Kama had 3 full meetings of Bill 9. And she also asked about, having to hire special counsel. And there were a number of amendments that we tried to make onto Bill 9, but Corp Counsel said no, leave it as is, then it's more defensible. And we kept on hearing that. And so we have this bill, exactly what you wanted, I think. We maybe changed the dates and made some adjustments to it, but we did it with your recommendation. And we did it thinking that you're going to handle this by yourself. So I don't support hiring special counsel because you made us, well, me, I cannot speak for the other council members, but you made me feel that by not doing the amendments, it is exactly going to be a defensible case in case we get sued. So it's almost insulting to Member Kama, who's not here, who handled the 3 heavy committee meetings before she passed. And then to sit here and for us having to hear that we need to hire special counsel, and we couldn't add the amendments because we wanted to have this defensible, whatever we were told. And so we didn't. We followed what you wanted us to do. You have the bill exactly like you wanted it. And so therefore, I cannot support having to hire special counsel. I would need more information.
Thank you, Member Sugimura. I do want to recognize that I see some council members with their hands up. I would like the chance to ask some questions before doing a second round of questions. So I guess for Corporation Counsel, the notes that I inherited from Member Kama and from the recollection of her staff is that you were confident that you would be able to represent the county for any future lawsuits. That sounds like that was not the case. Can I ask you to confirm?
I can tell you my recollection, and thank you for the question, but I can tell you my recollection. I can go check the minutes of those meetings. I remember getting that question, not being certain how to answer it because I couldn't tell you with any sort of certainty what would happen in the future. Apart from that, we would try to keep it in-house as much as possible. And I do believe that is what we are doing.
Part of the reason I didn't think this was very timely was because in my conversations with the mayor during my appointment process, he was adamant that no lawsuits would be ripe until the sunset dates kicked in. Has something changed where you now need additional help before that sunset date hits?
Thank you for the question. We can't control when other people decide to file. They can decide to file whenever they like. We did just prevail in a court agreeing with us that the takings claim is not ripe. So we successfully had that dismissed. So I do believe that supports what the mayor held and what you heard from him.
Thank you. For Mr. Minkin, there were a number of statements made by Corporation Counsel during the passage of Bill 9, which guided the final shape of the legislation. Primary amongst them was that Bill 9 needed to be passed clean in order to be defensible. I have not heard many attorneys outside of Corporation Counsel take that position. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Having not sat in those meetings or read the minutes, I don't know. I mean, I have been tasked from the Big Island to Honolulu Board of Water Supply to Kauai to defend legislation that has come out from the various councils and signed by the mayor, and sometimes even over a mayor's veto, right? I go into it and I believe that everyone should have a successful advocate on their behalf. When I was asked to, would I consider this particular matter, all I had was media accounts. I can tell you that because of my desire to give back, my rate is half my normal rate. So that's what I'm doing here. And when I forget which council person asked, right, the 250,000, if I alone was working on it, that would be 625 hours. 625 hours, and that's not going to happen, right? I mean, I delegate out if necessary, and if I need to put a super smart, really good associate to work with Corp Counsel, I don't need to sit in that. I mean, that's the situation that's occurred with the fires, right? Jordan and Afuk, we had a team of people in the beginning, and then we basically delegated it between Jordan and Afuk and myself so that the carrier has never grumbled with us about how we're billing the case. That's the type of thing that I do because I look at every single bill. If I believe somebody has spend way too much time, I'll knock it down. So I'm being tasked with basically legislation is passed. I believe that it's my job as an advocate to ensure that that legislation stands, and that's what I'm going to do, sir.
Thank you. I guess I was asking the question because I wanted to ensure philosophic alignment between Corp Counsel and Co-Counsel.
Tom Colby. Deputy Corporation Counsel. I think we're getting into dangerous territory here where we're talking about the strengths or weaknesses of a ripeness argument or other things. And what's agendized today is the consideration of special counsel as co-counsel to kind of help us through a process that is perhaps going to take a long time, perhaps not. And so I'm a little uneasy about us asking opinions in terms of whether or not they align with us from a legal perspective, because I think that's the type of thing that would need to be discussed in executive session, because it would go to the strengths and weaknesses of our liabilities.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. Okay, so that concludes my questions. I see some other hands on a desire for a second round of discussion. If we are going to take a vote on this matter today, is there any desire to go into special executive session to ask those before we do our second round of questioning? I see some no, I see some yes. Okay, I guess, yeah. But if that's the will of the body, then that's the will of the body. Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I agree with Mr. Colby that the council members need to rein it in. That was as he characterized it. I won't repeat it. I think you can just take a poll, because like basically, if it's going to be a 4-4, then let's just end it now, and then we can just take it up in executive session in another meeting. Like that's my position. My colleagues didn't make their positions as clear as Member Polson and I did in the earlier round. And now that they have and explained their position, which would be to not pass it, to not recommend adopting it today, then I don't really see the point in going into executive session now. We may as well just wait until we take it up again later. Because what I heard from Member Cook and Member Sugimura is they want to talk about the content of it and not the hiring of special counsel so much. I heard Member Hodgins, share her concerns about hiring special counsel at all. And that's more relevant to the agenda item. But going into the Planning Commission's recommendation, that's way off topic. That is not appropriate for this discussion of hiring special counsel. And Member Sugimura didn't even vote for the amendments to keep the bill clean. So I don't even know what she's talking about. She didn't take the recommendation. She voted against. She voted for
objections.
Yeah, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Yeah, exactly. It's not appropriate, and it wasn't appropriate.
And you're not appropriate.
Okay? So
objection.
You're not appropriate.
All right, members, can we maintain decorum in the chamber? I appreciate the passion, and I appreciate the guidance from Member Rollins Fernandez. As a new member of this body, I am still learning how to exercise the power of the chair. And I appreciate the patience that you guys have afforded me in that. So, can I ask for a 2-minute recess to confer with staff? And then, I'd like to ask for a recess to confer with staff before figuring out how to navigate the rest of this meeting. I do want to record quite a while. Oh, I guess Member Johnson.
I'm sorry, I totally for the recess, but I have to leave soon. I just want to let you know, the crops are really ruined in this rain, and I just arrived on Lanai because of the storm, so I got work to do before sunset, so I have to leave.
Thank you, Member Johnson. All right, that being the case, I'll take 2 minutes, so reconvene. It is 5:17. I'll ask to reconvene at 5:19. Members, it is 5:21 on March 17th. Can the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee meeting please come back to order? All right, members, we have a motion on the floor which we need to dispense of before we can do anything else. Member Paulton, since you were the maker of the motion, would you like to withdraw your motion or would you like me to call for the question? And if you do choose to call for the question, then I will recognize the hands that have been raised before we actually take the vote. I just want to know how you would like to proceed as the person who offered the motion.
I don't really care. I mean, I would like to get this done with because I know the freaking pile of work we got coming up and it's only gonna get worse. I mean, the way I feel like is we're gonna be in for a lot of long nights. This is my only paying job I have and I'm willing to do the work now, but whatever you wanna do.
Okay.
I
So
mean,
that being
it's gonna pile up.
Okay. So that being the case, I will offer those who wanted to have more discussion the opportunity to ask their questions. I just ask that you be respectful of each other's time. Actually, members, can you set a timer for 2 minutes in this round? I'll start with Member Johnson since I saw his hand first, and then Member Senenzi since I saw his second.
Chair, in the interest of time, I'm ready to go. My point was, I have to leave.
Oh,
my hand was
thank
up.
you. All right, Member Senenzi.
I'm not sure when you're going to call this up again since we are going into the budget session. So I'm for supporting it now, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Member Senenzi. Any other quick discussion before we call for the question? Is that a yes, Member Paulton? You have additional
Sorry, that was my minor child asking me a question.
Okay.
My bad.
All right, that being the case, staff, can you please do a roll call? The motion on the floor is to recommend adoption.
Yes, Chair, proceeding with roll call. Councilmember Cook?
No.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Council Chair Lee?
Excused.
Councilmember Paulton?
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Senenzi?
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura?
No.
Committee Vice Chair Hodgins?
No.
Committee Chair Batangan?
No.
Chair, that's 4 ayes, 4 noes, 1 excused, motion fails.
All right, members. So we've taken a vote to defer. We've taken a vote to recommend adoption. Both have failed. At this point, I could just adjourn, or we could, without objection, defer the item. Do you have a preference?
Or you could lose quorum.
We could also just lose quorum, and those who need to leave can just leave. It would have the same effect of us. Okay, sounds like that is the pleasure of the body. Oh, Gabe left.
Gabe went
Okay.
to his farm.
So I'm going to try this one more time. If there are no objections, I will now defer this item. We will. All right, seeing none, okay, so that brings us to the end of our agenda. This concludes the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee meeting. Thank you very much, members. The time is now 5:25. The Great Committee meeting is adjourned.